Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Planning Control Committee, 11th of December at 6 o'clock. Smack on. Well done. Can make sure phones are off, please, including in the gallery, please, if you could. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Start with item 1 of the agenda, apologies. We've had Councillor Bonser and Councillor Morgan McGee.
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Any late items? There are none. And declarations of interest. Councillor Pattison.
Thank you, Chair. Having sought advice from officers regarding item 7.1, the application for the Hollow, I'll be removing myself from that item. Thank you. Thanks,
Miles. Thank you. Item 4, minutes of the meeting held on 13th of November 2025. Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Item 5, minutes of the meeting of the Conservation and Heritage Advisory Committee. Thank you very much. Item 6, appeal decisions. Mr Woodhead.
Thank you, Chair. Just 4 small items to talk about tonight, Chair. The first one and the third one are one and the same. Installation of a freestanding telephone apparatus and defibrillator. Pavement 4 East Street, so near the old Castle and Falcon public house, as was. Refused an application for planning permission and an application for advertisement consent by virtue of its prominent siting. Now, it's quite an interesting one in terms of the siting in relation to the setting of the White Horse public house, which is a locally listed building, and the setting of the Cathedral Tower, which is obviously grade 1 listed, of course. And so, even though at long distance, it was deemed to have an impact on that setting of that highly graded listed building. So, a fair distance away, but the inspector goes into some detail about it. So, if you read the inspector's letter, it talks about setting, the relevant tests in the framework, and the relevant local plan policies. So, worth a read, Chair. That's items 1 and 3. The middle one, 10 Dovedale Rise. That's the site that James has just displayed. It's a bungalow in a relatively uniform and coherent street scene. The inspector paid attention to the fact that whilst it's not a conservation area, there is some uniformity, well, quite a deal of uniformity in the street context. Side dormer proposed, we refused it on design grounds, and they agreed with that position. And the last one, Chair, on the list, we don't get these very often. Appeal against High Hedge remedial notice. You'll be aware that High Hedge complaints came into being some 20 years ago. They're under the Antisocial Behaviour Act. They're not part of the Planning Acts. But our friend and colleague Andy Sherville, in addition to being tree officer, compiler of TPOs, consultee on applications, also a person who discharges planning conditions, so the full range of work. He also deals with high hedge complaints, which can be tricky. They can be long-running, they can involve numerous parties, and they are often the end of a big neighbour dispute, so you often get people who aren't particularly friendly with one another. This was an appeal that was dismissed, and we've got 3 hedge owners here who will reply to reduce the hedge and deal with the hedge within a certain time frame. So Andy dealt with that on his own in addition to his other caseload, and as I say, we've had another one elsewhere in the city that's rumbled on for many years. So a good result there, Chair, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Committee, any questions on those? Councillor Kerr.
Could you just clarify whether the hedge is coming down or not?
Sorry, they're going to reduce it, Councillor Kerr. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Ian. Item 7, applications to be considered. We'll do them in the order that's as shown on the agenda. So we'll start with item 7.1, land to the rear of 10 to 29, the Hollow, Littleover. Sarah, she's there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a full planning application for development of 96 dwelling houses and associated highway and landscaping works on a greenfield site east of the Hollow in Mickleover. The site is former agricultural land and sits behind a row of dwelling houses on the Hollow. It's bordered by groups of trees, hedgerows, and is currently accessed from a public right-of-way which runs along the northern boundary of the site, east towards Littleover. Proposal would deliver 96 new homes and contribute to a significant housing need in the city, with the current housing need for Derby being 917 new homes a year using the government standard method. Policy CP6 of the Derby City Local Plan Part 1 is now out of date, and the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply of housing. The current supply of deliverable housing sites is only 2.7 years, which constitutes a very significant shortfall. The development of new homes on this site would meet one of the overarching intentions of the NPPF, which is to meet the need for high-quality housing. For this application, the lack of a 5-year housing supply means that the decision maker should invoke the tilted balance, which is set out in paragraph 11D2 of the NPPF. This means approving the application unless the adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits, including any benefits from the proposed affordable housing. The development would deliver 29 on-site affordable homes for social rent and first homes. The local housing needs assessment, which informs the local plan, shows there is a need for 672 affordable units in the city this year. The City Council's strategic housing team have provided us with the following commentary on the application. They say, we support the residential development at the Hollow. In particular, we support the provision of 29 much-needed affordable homes, which are vitally important in helping to meet the needs for over 8,800 households in the city on the Council's housing register who are in need of affordable housing. Where possible, affordable provision should be social rented dwellings. The absence of a 5-year housing supply also means that the most important policies for determining the application are deemed to be out of date. The Green Wedge policy, CP18, is one of the most important policies, and so its weight in decision-making is reduced, and the policy cannot be afforded full weight. The reduction in weight of policy CP18 is partly due to the fact that the policy restricts the supply of housing at a time when there is a significant need. Policy CP18 therefore carries limited weight in the tilted balance. The planning inspector for a recent appeal decision for housing on land at Royal Hill Farm in Spondon took this stance in allowing the appeal for development of up to 90 dwellings in Spondon. An updated Green Wedge review has recently been published, which assesses the function and contributions of the green wedges in the city. The updated Green Wedge review report identifies that the green wedge in this location makes a relatively weak contribution to the primary function of green wedges, which is to define and enhance the urban structure of the city. In respect to the Littleover and Mickleover green wedge, its contribution performs weakly due to the high levels of private land, structural pinch points and restricted countryside links. This is due to its shape, the presence of the A38, A516 road corridors, and the linear row of housing on the site, which fronts the Hollow. It is this score that differentiates it from other green wedges in the city, which scored more highly in the recent Green Wedge review. In terms of highway impacts, the site currently has no access for vehicles or cyclists. Highway colleagues have negotiated improvements to the proposed access arrangement onto the Hollow and secured pedestrian and cycle improvements to the public footpath which runs along the northern boundary of the site. Section 106 contributions would secure transport improvements for pedestrians, cyclists and bus provision, and or network capacity improvements on and around the Hollow. In design terms, the development would deliver 96 traditional style houses with private gardens and off-street parking, with the provision of landscaped open space, which includes a children's play area and on-site BNG habitat creation around the perimeter of the site, which forms a buffer with the transport corridors to the north and west of the site. An acoustic buffer would be formed along the boundary with the trunk road, which environmental health colleagues have accepted subject to design details. The police liaison officer has commented on the community safety aspects of the layout and is overall satisfied with the proposed layout and house types. Other matters, including drainage, site contamination and air quality impacts, would be effectively mitigated through planning conditions. A policy-compliant Section 106 package of on-site enhancements and contributions has been agreed with the applicant, which would secure the provision of on-site affordable housing, on-site amenity space, off-site provision of BNG, and contributions towards the delivery of education places, major open space, sustainable transport and network capacity improvements, community and sports facilities in the local area. Following a request from Councillor Patterson, the applicant has agreed to an amendment to the Section 106 to include priority for pedestrian crossing near the junction Briarfield Way and to include Havenwalk Park on the list of options for directing major open space funds. In the overall planning balance, it is highly relevant that two of the main local plan policies are out of date. These are the housing requirement in policy CP6, because the government standard method of 917 homes a year has superseded the local plan, and policy CP18 for green wedges for the reasons which I've already explained. The tilted balance is a mechanism which is set to deliver sustainable development by redressing the balance where housing supply is in shortfall. It effectively means that applications involving housing should be granted unless the overall adverse impacts would very severely outweigh any benefits, and so it is not the normal planning balance which would be applied to non-housing applications. Due to the housing supply shortfall, significant weight must therefore be given to the various benefits of this development and then considered in the context of the tilted balance as required by the NPPF. In this particular case, although the development would undoubtedly have adverse impacts due to its green wedge location, the function of the wedge here is weakened, and the green wedge policy has reduced weight. Therefore, those adverse impacts would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the proposal, which in particular would provide 96 new homes and 29 much-needed affordable units. You have speakers and one neighbour and the agent to speak. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Just before we go to the speakers, can we just be quiet in the gallery, please, if that's possible? The whispers were rather loud. Thank you. First speaker is Mr. Woolard. You have 3 minutes, sir.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm speaking on behalf of Wealden Brothers Limited, a Derby-based, family-run business with over 150 years of local experience. Wealden are known for delivering high-quality homes and well-managed developments that integrate sensitively with their surroundings. The application before you tonight is recommended for approval following a comprehensive assessment by your officers. It aligns fully with the direction of the emerging local plan and the Green Wedge Review, which recognise that some change is both inevitable and appropriate where development secures clear community and environmental gains. This is not open strategic countryside. It's an enclosed, privately owned land that has very limited public access beyond the public right-of-way on the northern side, relatively low biodiversity value, and contributes little to the visual or functional integrity of the Green Wedge. Through this application, the character and purpose of the wedge are not only retained, they are enhanced and made usable through a 3-metre wide surface pedestrian and cycleway linking into the wider green infrastructure network, public access, seating and bat-friendly lighting, new native tree planting and meadow habitats, significantly improving biodiversity and climate resilience. The result is a green corridor that is usable, safe and functional. The city's housing supply remains critically short, and under national policy that means that housing proposals must be approved unless the adverse impacts would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. This is a sustainable, deliverable and policy-aligned site, a fully detailed scheme by a local builder who can start on site in 2026. It will provide excellent family homes, including 29 affordable homes, all secured through a comprehensive Section 106 agreement. That also commits to full education and health contributions, policy-compliant open space and play provision, highway, active travel and public transport improvements, and long-term management of public open space and private roads that are constructed to facilitate refuse vehicles. Against the modest loss of private green wedge land stand significant tangible gains. Housing for local families and affordable homes for those in need, a new investment and construction jobs, a transformed functional green corridor and delivery consistent with the emerging local plan strategy. Chair, members, this is a sustainable, locally delivered, policy compliant scheme. It secures every requested obligation, enhances the green wedge functionality and will provide high quality homes that Derby needs now. The benefits are clear, their impacts are modest and the balance firmly favours approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ward. Mr. Wallard, sorry about that. Mr. Froggatt, you have 3 minutes, sir.
That one? Yeah. Hello. Hello, thank you, Chair. I'm a Micklover resident, and as some of you know, I'm particularly interested in transport, so that's mainly what I'm going to talk about. The Mayor is currently consulting on a new transport plan for the region. I picked up the document at the exhibition in the Derby yesterday. One of her 3 goals is to connect all our communities by giving people travel choices that go beyond reliance on the car. So how well does this application fit with this goal? Facilities in Micklover are probably just about walking distance. It's on an orbital cycle route, but I don't see how you get into the city centre off that. There isn't a bus route, it's not viable. The nearest frequent service is the Micklover, which page 5 of your officer's report says is a 9 minutes walk. From the stops for Tesco's, I took 9 minutes to walk down to the entrance, not the midpoint, and a bit longer back uphill. Now, I'm not as young and fit as I used to be, but surely the development isn't going to be restricted to people who are young and fit. In any case, I think that's too far to make bus use attractive. Assuming that certainly the more expensive homes use their 2-car spaces, I fail to see that the figures quoted of 34 departures in the AM peak from 67 2-car homes is accurate. It seems very low to me. The officer's report hasn't looked at the detail away from the vicinity of the site. It says that nearly half the journeys locally are made onto the A38. Will that still apply in the new development, or will people be working in the city? If they are, they've got to go either through the city centre or around the ring road, and in both cases, that will involve meeting the junctions between Uttoxeter Road and Burton Road with the ring road, both of which are over capacity already. I said that proposals for a 2018 scheme could be summarised as the traffic is dreadful there, we won't make it much worse. I think that's probably what could be said for this proposal, but to misquote a well-known advert, every little hinders. I'm briefly going to mention the environment. I'm very surprised that the air quality assessment was based solely on modelling and not doing any measurement. It's much easier than it used to be to measure particulate matter. And as a result of that, the levels that are considered safe have gone down considerably, and I'm worried about this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Froggatt. Councillor Alison Holmes. Alison, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Tonight I'm also going to focus on transport because that alone should be enough to refuse this application. In the last 10 years, Micklover has taken many thousands of new homes and thousands of extra cars on the same road we've had for decades. Mickleover is now the size of a town, still with village roads and village infrastructure. Many residents have significant parking issues outside their houses. Many can't cross the road safely on several routes at peak times, especially the elderly residents and children at school times. They can't park at district centres, the library or the community centres. Everywhere is totally overwhelmed. On-street parking and traffic around the main district centre and its local routes is now so bad that Trent Barton have informed us they may have to change routes because they simply can't get through. The traffic survey in front of you tonight is from 2011, well before thousands and thousands of homes were built. And the so-called safety audit was done at lunchtime on a Thursday. That is beyond an oversight. Is it utterly incompetent or is it deliberate? Our own highways engineer has asked 3 times for proper sightlines for the first 3 houses and they still haven't been shown. But transport's only one of the issues. There is statutory failure on biodiversity net gain. This is precious green wedge. There is unworkable drainage. The tree officer is saying the protection plans cannot even be conditioned. 19 months and 8 time extensions later, the fact that this application is being recommended for approval is astounding. It is quite frankly an insult to this committee and a huge failing to bring it forward in this state at all. Enough is enough. Mickleover has taken far more than its fair share of housing, and this deeply flawed and unnecessary application should 100% be refused. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Alison. Before we get to you, Matt, Sarah, do you want to come back on any of those points?
I think given most of the comments related to transport and highways, I'm going to ask my highways colleague Andy to respond to that.
Andy, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and answer some of those questions. In terms of, I think, the function of the district centre and the pressure that puts on it, I guess that's a bit of an amenity issue rather than a particular transport problem. Obviously, you know, it's the increase in the use that causes that, and obviously I understand the councillor's concerns around it. Just coming to some of these points about 2011 surveys, the surveys that were carried out in terms of the capacity assessments were undertaken recently in 2024. The sight lines to the access have all been assessed. They've been assessed against speed surveys, so the sight lines have been worked out so that you can actually get the right safety distances, so we're satisfied with those. But I think coming back to, it comes down to the NPPF, that's how we have to assess these applications. And in particular, I suppose it's that question about severity. You know, does this development in isolation have a severe impact? And I'd say no. You know, and again, it comes back to Mr. Froggett's points. I understand what he's saying about trip generation. 96 homes. In the TA, they've said that it will generate, so this is in the peaks, this is how we assess the impact. They say it'll generate 92 trips in the AM peak and 70 in the PM peak. That's probably quite robust, I'd say. But just to put this into context, the DFT used to have guidance in terms of transport assessment. So when do you carry one out, when do you not carry one out? And they used to have a benchmark of anything less than 30, then they considered that was insignificant. So this is 90, all right, it's 3 times as much as that, but you can see that it's, you know, it's not, we're not talking about hundreds of trips. So I think I understand growth in traffic is frustrating, but in terms of the question of severity, I don't think that you can suggest that this development in isolation would cause a severe impact. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Andy. Committee, Councillor Holmes had his hand up first, so Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've studied this application in great detail for some time because it's had 8 time extensions over more than 18 months. And I genuinely believe, looking at it, that the applicant has failed to resolve a series of fundamental defects that go to the heart of safety, sustainability and NPPF. I mean, much of what I'm going to say echoes what's been said with the speakers. And in terms of highways concerns, there's only there's one access, which is a single 5.5 metre wide T-junction onto an already congested residential road. I believe the council's highways engineer asked 3 times for visibility displays to be shown for shared access serving plots 1 to 3. And they weren't forthcoming. As far as I'm aware, they're still not on any drawing. And worse still, I believe that the landscaping plans show walls and planting inside those required displays as well. So this would be, in my view, a permanent blind spot at the busiest, most dangerous point of this new junction, which is a direct safety failure that, in my view, can't be conditioned away. And the road safety audit, it's been mentioned, on a Thursday at lunchtime, that completely and utterly avoids travel peaks and school run peaks that do genuinely severely congest the Hollow twice a day. And it's been mentioned about the 2011 traffic model and that's apparently been used. Well, I still think, with the comments of the officers, that the application still papers over the fact that thousands of new homes have been built in Mickletover since then, homes that have added thousands of extra vehicles to local roads. That's the reality. That isn't fantasy. We see it every single day. And the morning peak, I think they're downplaying it, 54. I don't think that's based on reality. And in my judgment, the cumulative impact is severe. And the NPPF says that alone is a reason to refuse. Transport issues must be considered from a very early stage, and if walking, cycling and public transport cannot be made attractive, permission should also not be granted. And I don't think this application meets those challenges. And our own pre-application advice also said that there's no frequent bus service within reasonable walking distance, has been said by one of the public speakers. The nearest usable stop is over a half a mile away on an unlit route with no safe crossing at the moment on Etwall Road, which is extremely busy now. So after 18 months or so of this application, I think it still fails the sustainability test. But on tree protection, for example, our tree officer wrote that the arboricultural documents cannot be conditioned to be complied with. And let's not forget, this is Green Wedge. There's still no tree protection plan, again, as far as I'm aware. And the wording is so vague in this application that any condition would be legally worthless. So if we approve tonight, it seems clear to me that we have no enforceable power to protect the retained trees. There's a biodiversity failure, 37% on-site loss with no net 10% net gain possible. There's unworkable drainage, and as I've said, there's high harm to the Green Wedge. And on the issue of that, in the Royal Hill Road appeal, because it's been mentioned earlier this year, the developer's own barrister, one of the top KCs in the country, held up the Hollow as an example of a green wedge that should be protected in comparison to Royal Hill Road, which he argued shouldn't, in my opinion, and I was there. The application representative's comments about the green wedge being retained is, with all due respect, laughable. 90% or so is being concreted over, and his comments on the local plan should be disregarded as they carry no weight tonight, in my view. These aren't minor matters that can be fixed by condition after so long waiting for consideration tonight at this committee. So I'll sum up and listen to other committee members' views on this, but I'd say this. Saying that the need for housing overrides these concerns, I don't think it does. It does not override poor planning, and it does not override the fundamental failures of this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Yep, okay, sir.
Just in relation to BNG, the applicant has done their BNG by two means. So you can do it on-site and you can do it off-site. And this scheme, they do both. So there is on-site BNG provided on-site as part of the landscaping scheme, and the rest is being achieved through a off-site land bank, habitat bank, which in this case is one of Derbyshire Wildlife Trust's sites, just north of the city in Derbyshire. And in that respect, they meet their 10% net gain, which they are required to do under the legislation. In terms of tree protection, we have a condition attached to the report to achieve a arboricultural impact assessment and tree protection plan. So this will be secured before works commence. And in respect to the transport issues, again, I will defer back to my highways colleague, Andy Gibbard. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sarah. Andy, do you have any comments from Councillor Holmes?
No, only to add, I think really that the safety audit is about geometry rather than moving traffic and what's going on around it. So it looks at the geometry, looks at visibility, so they would have picked up any issues through that. I don't know about the comments about the visibility, whether that's in the site or not, but that will obviously be subject to separate technical approval, so anything should be sorted out then through the Section 38.
Thanks, Andy. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you. Let's start with the point that this is part of Green Wedge, and yes, this Green Wedge between Littleover and Mickleover is not the best of Green Wedges. That's not its fault. It's the fault of the dual carriageways either side of it. But this particular bit was identified in the recent review as having a high value. The potential harm for the use of this land in this way was deemed to be high. So this is one of the best bits of what is, I think, an important divider between the community of Mickleover and the community of Littleover. The comment that you can't see it is only if you're only there on the minor roads. You can't see it behind the houses there. But if you are on the A38 or the A516, you are aware that it is a dividing line between the two communities. And I think this is actually a failing in the Green Wedge review. The value of it, I think, is something that we also need to recognise that it is, once it's gone, it's gone. And the people who would be moved into that community would be in limbo land between Littleover and Mickleover. So we're not, with that element of saying Green Wedge divides communities is immediately lost. The people who are on those adjacent houses, they are a bit confused. They're in Littleover ward, but they tend to look towards Mickleover, although the Mickleover district centre is up a significantly steep hill. And the most direct route that is identified in the report is actually at a steepness that would not be acceptable in building a new road. So the longer route round, which I think is the one that might have been walked up to Tesco's, is the route that would be a more accessible route. And I think it's still pretty steep if you imagine going that route, if people know it, on with a wheelchair or even with a pushchair. So I rather agree with Mr. Froggatt's view that it would be unlikely to be attractive to most people. The comments, when I read the report, it starts with the highways things, and we've covered those in quite a lot of detail. We then talk about education. The local school is really nice and conveniently local to there. It's Brookfield. It's just the other side, and it's about to have a new Pelican Crossing installed. But it is full to capacity. It is regularly full to capacity, despite the numbers of spaces within schools slightly going up recently because of the falling birth rate. But that school is full, and there is no expectation for it beyond. And the comment in education is that it can't be expanded. So to put a Section 106 element there to say we're going to build additional capacity, it's not going to be at the school which is local to that area. So over time, the children from that area, if it's built, would be going to that school, displacing from that school children from other families further away. So that is a really negative thing to be happening for other communities, not here, but in existing communities. And I really feel for that because, like other members, I deal with people who don't understand why their child can't go to their school. And that will be the situation if these children are not here. And the same thing will be happening for its secondary school in Littleover. Littleover is regularly oversubscribed. And there is no explanation in these papers as to how we square that circle of the education concerns and the actual provision of those education places without causing an impact on other communities. There is another dilemma mentioned in these papers which has not been highlighted, which is in terms of the lighting. And the lighting officer highlights that to both meet the biodiversity needs for low lighting and the police's security levels for additional lighting, there is no British standard compatible solution that would meet adoptable standards. Well, that doesn't matter because they're not planning to adopt these roads. And one of the other things that I find as a local member is that where you have roads that have not been adopted, their maintenance is hit and miss. And we've got more and more of these roads that aren't being built to adoptable standards sadly going in. And over time, that is also going to be a real headache for the people who live there and for the people who want to travel into that area, including people like postmen and delivery vehicles. I really appreciate the comments from Environmental Services because they have highlighted two things. The first one is noise, and the solution for the noise is threefold. One is to build a 4-metre high barrier, 1.5 metres in one's height and another 2.5 metres of hoarding. And we see these as you drive along motorways and dual carriageways in lots of places. And they tell you that there must be housing behind that barrier. It tells you that you are going past somewhere. And that is the difference that people on the A38 and particularly will see if this is built. And it will tell you that there is housing there. This isn't a green area because they put a big barrier up. I don't know how we're going to keep the graffiti off that barrier. The police didn't comment about that. I don't know who's going to maintain that barrier in perpetuity because that isn't clear either. But what it does tell us is that this is a noisy area. And if you go to the housing on the other side of the road, you can experience that noisy area because that hasn't got the benefit of a 4-metre high barrier to make it acceptable. But it isn't only not acceptable with the 4-metre high barrier, we're also having to put in 1.8 metre high solid fences around people's gardens to make sure the garden noise is acceptable level. And we're saying that we need to put in ventilation systems so that in the summer when people want to have their windows open, they don't have to, because otherwise it's going to be too noisy. And that tells me that this is not a good place for us to be building 100 houses. However much housing is needed in this city, we are not creating what was described in the report as a high-quality living environment. We are bodging something, and we're providing a set of housing which is people will buy because they are desperate for housing. But as a responsible council, we should not be encouraging housing in this sort of position, which is not going to be to a high standard. The other thing the Environmental Services Officer commented on was the air pollution, and he made an interesting observation that there is a disconnect between the planning requirements and health evidence. I had a really sad experience talking to some of the people who live on the other side of that A38 dual carriageway. And there were several people there who knew each other and are all suffering from Parkinson's. And if you go on the Parkinson's disease website, their charity, they highlight air pollution as one of the reasons for getting Parkinson's. I do not want to be moving people into an area where that could be a potential threat. And by putting up a 4-metre barrier, I can't see how it doesn't mean that more of that air pollution ends up on those houses where there is no protective barrier. I can't see any analysis of that here. And it tells me that this is not somewhere for a high quality housing. It is probably not good for the wildlife that's living there, but it's certainly not something where we should be endorsing putting people. So my conclusion is that however much we need housing, this is not somewhere we need housing. But looking ahead, things can change. And I would say 2 ways that you can look ahead. On the education front, we are expecting to have additional housing which will come with a school close to Vicknold Road, which would give another option for education in this area. It's not happened yet. The planning application came in. It just never was decided, so it was being withdrawn. And there's another one live in that area at the moment, which probably won't deliver the school. But it is an area, in this area. And when that is built, if we are still in desperate need of additional housing, we might have to come back and look at this site again. But I do not believe it should be a priority site now. And in terms of just a couple of comments on the Section 106, which I don't think is appropriate, I've mentioned already the education. I really appreciate the comment about the parks. The 2 areas of public open space nearest to this, which are the areas where I think the spending would be needed if we approve it, would be on Havenbolt Lane, which has been mentioned, and secondly, on the green space below Tesco's on Kipling Way. So I am really unhappy with the Section 106. I'm unhappy, as you've gathered, with a number of elements about the highways, about the lighting, definitely about the education, about air quality and the noise. And I do not believe this would create the high quality living environment that we actually think that people living in Derby deserve. So I'm sorry, I'm not supporting this, and I would vote against it, or I would do an absolute minimum of defer it.
Thanks, Lucy. Councillor Bolton first, then Councillor Rawson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've listened very carefully to the speakers and other councillors, and obviously I've read the report and listened to the presentation by the officers this evening. In my view, this site is suitable for redevelopment. We all know as councillors, certainly our casework is pretty heavy with people who are living at present in unsuitable accommodation, or even people who are homeless. And we know throughout the city and indeed the country that these homes are needed. However, I think if you look at the documents we have before us, and by the way, I do use that road fairly frequently. I live in Littleover nearby, and I do know the community situation that we have before us. The issues that concern me, Mr. Froggatt, the second speaker this evening, mentioned the public transport element. I think clearly wherever we are looking at building new homes, we need to have suitable public transport available. And if you look at the Section 106 details on page 36, 8.6, it does mention contribution for sustainable transport facilities. What that means, I'm not sure, whether an officer needs to perhaps elaborate on that point. And also we've got school places mentioned as well. All these issues obviously mean to the community who will hopefully be moving to the site, we need to have those sort of establishments in place. But can I say from previous discussions we've had here on similar situations, these Section 106 promises haven't been delivered. So we need to ensure that the officers who deal with our Section 106 requirements do follow these issues up. Because I'm sure you recall, Chair, these Section 106 haven't always materialised. I won't mention developments, but I have got a couple in my mind. They haven't materialised. So we need to make sure that these are kept to and the Section 106s are delivered. As far as safe crossings go, I agree, having travelled up the site numerous times, there is no safe crossing patrols or facilities on that section of road. Now, clearly, I know we have a criteria in place to ensure that any new controlled crossings have to meet a certain amount of, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but there has to be an analysis of the people who want to cross the road. So I think that would be a good added to ensure that we do have a safe place to cross in that area for the community to use. I've mentioned public transport and the speed. I notice at the bottom of one of the pages, forgive me, Chair, I can't see the page, but some investigations have been done on the speeding element and the potential that there is there, and they weren't found to be relevant. But I think, just to finish off, this site is appropriate for the development as outlined, and we need to make sure the Section 106s are delivered, and I think I would request the control crossing be investigated. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Sarah, do you want to come back on the sustainable transport facilities? Have you got any more information? Thank you.
In terms of sustainable transport facilities, the 106 is suitably, to some extent, vague to allow decisions to be then made at the time the development comes forthcoming as to what exactly is needed. Pedestrian crossing has been identified in Councillor Patterson's query, and I think there has been agreement for priority for pedestrian crossing within the transport contribution for that one. But it's just so we have the flexibility to decide at the time what transport facilities are needed.
Thanks, sir. Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think there are a number of planning-based issues that we have to look at here. The first one being the fact that we don't have a 5-year supply of housing land, and that puts any local authority in a very difficult position if it's to refuse applications of this sort. And we also have an out-of-date local plan, which again is problematic for anyone who would want to defend a decision to refuse. The NPPF says that approval should be given unless there are exceptional reasons not to, and we have heard some reasons from objectors this evening, but are they such serious issues as to mean that the development should be refused as a whole? And those are the things that we weigh up as members of the planning committee. As has been said, we all know there's a shortage of housing in the city, so this would contribute to our housing numbers considerably, and the affordable homes that are proposed as part of this development are also very much a benefit for those people who are looking to get on the housing ladder for the first time in particular. We also have the emerging local plan, and I'm sure we've looked at the barrister's opinion that says that some weight should be given to that, and I think that's right. We are only part way through that process. It's out for consultation, after Christmas, but this is a proposed site in that plan. So that is a valid consideration. It's been looked at by officers and it's been identified by officers as a suitable site for housing, albeit it hasn't been through the final consultation and democratic processes of the plan, but it has nevertheless been through the democratic process of coming to planning committee and being considered by us here today. The other relevant policy we have to consider is green wedge and the weight we give to that. And there are two aspects to that. One aspect of green wedge is about providing green open space and to think about the quality and the function of that green open space. And in this case, in terms of biodiversity, it's probably not that great. It's an open field which will have not great biodiversity, and the proposals that we see as part of this and biodiversity net gain means that it will actually have to be an improvement on what's there already, and will probably be better quality and more usable green open space for residents in the area in terms of its function and use. The other function of green wedge is to separate different suburbs and traditional villages and communities of the city. And again, in this case, I think the two roads, the A38 and the A516, actually play that role pretty well, and there won't be a huge impact in terms of the merging of Littleover and Mickleover because of the other physical boundaries in the form of those two dual carriageways that already exist as well. I would like to make sure that as many of the hedges and trees that are there can be protected as possible. I think we've heard from the officer that condition is in place to do that, and I would certainly support trying to maintain as much of that as possible. In terms of its location, I think it is a sustainable location. I think 9 minutes walk to the bus stop and shops, whilst it could always be better, but compared to some other applications we get, that is pretty accessible, and those facilities are not too far away. Highways have identified that there are a relatively small number of additional car journeys, albeit that there will be extra car journeys, but it's not deemed significant enough to warrant a refusal. So, weighing all those things up, Chair, I think on policy grounds there's no good reason really to reject the application, and I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. A couple of the officers want to come in before you, Matt. So, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just several points of clarity. I think the first one, the emerging local plan has limited or no weight in your decision making. So I'd park that, separate that, forget about the emerging plan. In terms of schools, I'm aware of appeal decisions for housing schemes where an inspector has said, well, there's capacity at other schools. That doesn't make this housing scheme fall down. And yet we are seeking Section 106 monies to provide places at schools as a result of this scheme. In terms of green wedge, we're not really apportioning weight to the wedge. What we're doing is apportioning weight to the harm, and in particular to those adverse impacts in the tilted balance. You'll hear this a lot. Even if the harm to the wedge was deemed very significant, we know the benefits are very significant, the benefits of this scheme. and the tilted balance means you must approve unless the adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Even if members in making a decision decide that the harm or adverse impacts are very significant, we know that the NPPF still requires approval because so are the benefits. I think I've rephrased what Councillor Rawson just said, but in planning speak. Importantly for me, we've got a 2.7-year, 5-year housing supply, so we cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing supply as we need to. We've only got 2.7 years. So applications should be approved unless the adverse impacts significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Therefore, on the application's own merits, yes, the application is contrary to the development plan, but the development plan is out of date on this matter because it cannot provide a 5-year housing supply. Therefore, the application must be viewed in the context of the presumption in favour of sustainable development. No 5-year supply, and we're a long way short of that at 2.7 years. This essentially means there must be an overwhelmingly substantial reason to say no, based on sound planning reasons, which those reasons got to outweigh the harm already being done to the lack of housing. Our own evidence, that's the Green Wedge Greenbelt Review, does not support that the Green Wedge in this location amounts to such a reason because the site can be differentiated compared with other Green Wedge locations. As a whole, it makes a relatively weak contribution, their words not mine, to the functions of the Green Wedge policy. Our own evidence therefore supports the loss of the Green Wedge in this location. The application I've written shouldn't be refused on the basis of awaiting the plan or any responses to it. The local plan that's coming out for consultation in January has very little weight. It's too early in the stage of development. We have a massive affordable housing need. I think the figure in early November was something like 8,800 households waiting for social housing in Derby. Appeal decisions make it clear that sites in the Green Wedge are subject to the tilted balance. And the tilted balance now includes giving additional weight to affordable housing. So we've got this huge housing waiting list. This development is providing affordable housing, and the tilted balance says we should give additional weight to affordable housing. So the key issues for me in the tilted balance are the benefits: 96 homes, 30% affordable, that's 29 affordable units, a new accessible play space, jobs in construction, etc. The new and the package of Section 106 headlines that we've got in the report, and the new homes and the affordable housing are very significant benefits given the need and supply issues. So that tips heavily into the tilted balance. Adverse impacts, to be fair, the proposals are contrary to the development plan, CP18, in the sensitive part of the Green Wedge. But materially, we need to note that the Green Wedge policy is out of date. And the Green Wedge is a bow tie. That's the description given in the Green Wedge Review, which has housing along the frontage. So you can't actually see it in the Green Wedge. You can't appreciate it as a Green Wedge. It's actually the roads, the A38 and the A516, that separate Littleover and Mickleover, which create this site. So in your balanced decision, do those adverse impacts that I've mentioned significantly and demonstrably outweigh the significant benefits that I've identified? The Office of View is in your report. The Office of View is no. So the NPPF then dictates you should be approving this scheme. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Paul. Ian?
Many thanks, Chair. Just to supplement what Paul said and to allay some of the fears of Councillor Bolton on the point of the Section 106. Clearly, members can be fully involved in the Section 106 process three ways essentially. When looking at infrastructure and setting up priorities for wards, during the life of an application, and also during the monitoring of Section 106 monies and expenditure. And we do have a team of people who sit within our area who negotiate the Section 106 agreements and monitor and manage those agreements. So we obviously look at them very carefully. In this particular case, it's policy compliant. There is a question mark about, as discussed by Councillor Kerr, about where education provision in terms of primary school places and secondary school places will go. But that is something that we will deal with as part of school place planning with colleagues, and that is, sits within the policy compliant education position. So just to, as I say, allay fears of Councillor Bolton and others, we will carefully monitor where the money goes. We don't give money back. We have 10-year periods to spend monies, and we manage and monitor them meticulously, so the council does not lose out in that regard, Chair. And just a point that Councillor Kerr raised in terms of amenity issues pertaining to noise, air quality. We live in a city, Chair, and we have other scenarios and circumstances where we have dealt with acoustic measures, trickle vents, acoustic glazing. A site that springs to mind is down at Goodsmoor Road, where we had a vacant commercial site for many years, and we've now delivered a significant proportion of affordable housing on that site. It's relative to a 24/7 Flower World distribution depot that has high levels of noise and impact on residents. So careful consideration of those issues went into the construction and layout of that scheme. And colleagues, Carl beside me and others, were involved in that process. So we look at these things carefully. Of course, we like to deliver high quality living environments, and this developer is, as the agent outlined, a local developer. So it's in their best interest to do so, and I think that layout, as before you, makes the best use of that particular site given its constraints. So I hope that information helps, Chair, and I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Matt, do you want to come back?
Yeah, thank you very much. As the Head of Planning has said, Councillor Rawson's comments on the local plan should be disregarded. It carries little or no weight, and that's a fact. It's not just an opinion. 106, heard it all before, been there, got the T-shirt, don't believe a word of it. It's like getting blood out of a stone, I can tell you. It's just not a reason to tip this one over the balance, in my view. So look, this is precious green wedge. The need for housing, in my view, and the benefits do not outweigh the severe impacts and the significant failings of this application. So I would move that we refuse the officer recommendation. I'd look for a seconder, please.
On what grounds, Matt, please?
Okay. Severe residual cumulative highways impact and unsafe access. I can give you the MPPF numbers if you want to. It's unsustainable location with no realistic public transport or safe walking. Cycle routes, again, NPPF. Inadequate and unenforceable tree protection, again, NPPF. Unacceptable surface water drainage strategy. High harm to the green wedge, saves policy CP18. And I'm also more than happy to represent the committee's decision at any appeals should this vote go towards a refusal. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Can we add into that the quality of the environment because of the noise levels and the lack of solution for education situation? I think there's also for me, one of the other elements within this is that, as been stated, our local plan is about to go out to its Regulation 18 consultation. We don't know what's going to come back from that, but we will know within the next 6 months. And one of the possibilities that could come back is that there is actually a significantly larger amount of potential housing opportunity within the city than we are seeing at the moment. And that has yet to be shown. But following the application that we approved for the police station at Cotton Lane, I was sent a link to a developer's site, a community interest company, who are promoting building over existing uses. And they consider that there could be thousands, literally thousands of homes that could be built over car parks, over single or two-storey buildings within the city, both on council or other public sector owned land, but also on private sector land, because they have a building solution that enables that second and third stories to be used. And that frees up opportunity. And they do construction from a manufacturing base, so units can be lifted, craned in to where they're going very rapidly. They haven't got the same issues about building roads because the roads are already there. The sewers will already be there because we're talking about adjacent to existing locations. So I think that, it says here that the weight given to the draft plan allocation for that is unlikely to change as a result of the consultation that's going to go forward. If this organisation is able to get their act together and put in a submission to our Regulation 18 consultation, I think that within 6 months we might have a different way of looking at our city. And that could make a very significant change. And therefore, I think this is something that would then no longer be needed.
Thanks, Lucy. Paul, do you want to come back on those points?
I would just urge caution in terms of the Regulation 18. It's us going out, this is our plan as a council, what do you think, public? It's not about inviting others to promote their sites. We will get sites promoted to us, but they need to be demonstrably deliverable to meet the quantum that we're expecting. And we will get landowners coming to us, but that all has to be factored in and turned around pretty quickly for the Regulation 19 going out ultimately to the inspector in December 26. So we have to be able to demonstrate, and any developer has to be able to demonstrate those numbers and what are you going to bring forward. So I wouldn't throw that into the mix at this stage. This is determining a planning application on the basis of its merits in the Green Wedge. And apart from the Regulation 18 issues, I think councillors have focused in on the concerns, the bullet point concerns that they feel could go forward as a reason for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to re-echo what Paul says. I think to put what Lucy has just said in terms of our reasons for refusal would get short shrift by any inspectorate inquiry. It's effectively proposing a sort of prematurity argument, sort of in a different terminology. So I think certainly that would not be an argument I'd think we could, as officers, recommend you take. I think just on a couple of other points. I mean, you've heard officers talk about education. I mean, the education side is policy compliant, what they're proposing. So again, I think that would be a difficult argument to run. In terms of noise levels and the environment, you've heard what Ian has said. We have ways of dealing with that, and they're being dealt with and accepted on other sites. So that, again, might be a weak argument, given that we can deal with that as such. There is, in terms of trees, you've heard that it is conditioned on trees. You've also heard the officers tell you in terms of the highways and that whether you want to accept the officers' advice on the highways issues is obviously for members, but you've got the expert advice from the highway officers on that. As regards the sustainability of the site, well, that's for you to obviously decide. I mean, so if you've got the officers' views on that. So I think sort of overall, and in terms of access, you've heard that can actually be dealt with subsequently through the Section 38 and 278 provisions. So I think in terms of the reasons for the refusal, well, certainly you've had advice from officers on them. Certainly in terms of the education, the environmental and noise levels, and the local plan side of things, I think they would certainly not be sustainable reasons for refusal. And I think again, it would be difficult to support the highway perspectives. I think you may find difficulty supporting those that appeal.
Chair, I agree, Steve. I mean, I have put a motion about 5-10 minutes ago, probably longer. I have put forward that we should move to refuse the officer recommendation. The debate seems to be going way beyond what I've experienced before in this committee when Councillor Bolton, for example, has put forward that same proposal. It instantly goes to the vote. How long are we going to debate this? I know officers are in favour, but I'm proposing that we should disagree with them. Can I please go to the vote?
We will move to the vote. So all those in favour of
Three, Chair. Four.
all those against refusal?
Five.
So the application
To refuse it as...
So we'll now move to the recommendation as officers' recommendations. Is that right? You move it as printers. All those in favour of the application?
Oh, interfering. So...
Matt, no, he did put his hand up before. No.
Can I just clarify what the context of this vote, please?
This is so we've voted for your for refusal, and there was four for and 5 against, and now we're now voting for the application as printed.
Normally, Chair, it's just to come in. Obviously, normally we'd vote in terms of the recommendation as a starting point. It's just that you Matt, came in and put a recommendation for refusal, so which slightly sort of proceeded. So we slightly did it a different way around because of obviously your motion as such. So this vote is simply in relation to the recommendation by officers as written on the report.
Yes, so all those in favour of approving the recommendation of the officers as printed?
Yeah, that was 5.
That's 5. All those against? 4.
That's approved.
So it is approved. Thank you. Thank you for the speakers. We now move on to item 7.2 of the agenda, which is Dale Road Recreation Ground Spondon. Ian, you please, sir.
Shall I let the chamber clear, Chair?
We will let the chamber clear. And Matt, could you get Miles, please? Matt. Thanks, Jenny. Welcome back, Miles.
Chair, Sarah wants to.
Sarah?
Jay, I wish to raise a point that happened during the voting of the last item. On my nearly 40 years on this council, I have never been bullied, and I witnessed a councillor who has now left the chamber talking to another councillor on that row, telling him to put his hand up. Never have I experienced that in the whole of my sitting on this planning committee. And I think that councillor, who's now left the chamber, ought to be spoken to on his behaviour. I don't know whether the legal advisor noticed that situation, but I, for one, am very disappointed in the activity and the behaviour of the certain councillor who has now left the chamber.
Can I just come in first, sir? I believe, honestly, that Matt was getting mixed up with what we were voting for and whatever, and I don't think he realised what was going off with the voting. I think he confused himself by going for the refusal first. I think that's basically what it was. But yes.
I can't say what Councillor Holmes was sort of indicating to who. I didn't know who he was spoken, but it's a.
Let's carry on. Item 7.2, Ian, Dale Road Recreation Ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just late items to reiterate. A paper was circulated yesterday to clarify that the proposed site sits within Greenbelt and is subject to the important local and national planning policy context. So you've got a paper on that. Secondly, I also propose to amalgamate conditions 3 and 4 to deal comprehensively with the issue of flood lighting, the height of the lighting columns on the fencing and their operating hours. There is a bit of contradiction in the report. You've probably noticed in the park section it talks about a 9 o'clock finish time and elsewhere it says 10 o'clock. So I propose to say 9 o'clock. And thirdly, there is no need to include condition 7. This is biodiversity net gain, as this would be embraced by the standard BNG condition, which sits outside the main list of conditions. It's just a quirk in how BNG works. It doesn't sit within the main list of condition. It's a deemed condition, so it sits at the end. So apologies for that. On to the main report, Chair. As your report states, this proposal seeks full planning permission to create an all-weather play zone, which would be surrounded by fencing and served by 4 lighting columns. The site covers an area of some 620 square metres, and it would be sited to the east of the existing pavilion and car park, as you can see on that layout plan. The proposal has attracted no objections on noise or light impact grounds, and there are no land contamination constraints. Derbyshire Wildlife Trust has commented and offered no objections subject to safeguarding conditions. In terms of public reaction, Chair, the proposal has received 23 objections and 92 representations in support. This level of support is also echoed by the Council's Parks team, who suggest that there are currently no comparable facilities in close proximity to Dale Road Park, meaning that residents, particularly young people, women and girls, have limited opportunities to engage in regular sport and physical activity within their own community. By providing a safe, well-maintained and accessible space, this project will help address that gap. The objectors expressed concern about the potential increase in antisocial behaviour, increased noise pollution, waste and lighting concerns. Overall, it is considered that, subject to the necessary timing controls over the use of the floodlights, the proposal is acceptable and would enhance community sports provision to the benefit of the local population. There would be some impact on nearby residents in terms of increased activity, noise and lighting, but it is considered that these impacts do not stray into the territory of unacceptable harm as covered by Safe Policy GD5 of the adopted CDLPR. I am also satisfied, Chair, that the wider Greenbelt impact would be within tolerable limits. There would be some urbanising effects of the proposal in terms of its built form. However, within the context of the park as a whole, and given its juxtaposition with the existing built form of the pavilion, I consider that the facility would preserve the openness of the Greenbelt through this appropriate siting and layout. This duly accords with the MPPF. Therefore, Chair, on balance, I promote the recommendation as printed, together with the conditions as reassembled. And you have some speakers. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Mr. Olivant, you have 3 minutes. If you...
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
First time. Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of the local residents in Dale Road who will be directly affected by this project if it goes forward, with it being so close to the houses. We have 4 major concerns. Number 1, the noise. The noise of ball games within a metal cage, and also the noise from the excited supporters and players' responses during and after matches. It was reported recently the Mooga game area in Chapel Henry Frith was bulldozed following many complaints of exceptional noise. Number 2, lighting and the environment. Light pollution from the floodlights would cause disturbance to local residents and also affect the habitats of bats, hedgehogs, badgers and foxes, which we know are inhabitants there. Number 3, the opening times. To combat antisocial behaviour, the City Council installed a lockable gate on the park, which has enabled the car park to be locked at 9 p.m. during summer and dusk at other times. And this has proved to be successful. We would suggest, an article in the Evening Telegraph suggested the focus to be encouraging girls into football. But what girls' football teams would want to practice after 8 o'clock? We would suggest a finishing time of 8 o'clock, which would be then more acceptable to residents. Parking, number 4. When the park is busy and with an increase of vehicles for a mugger, this would create an overflow of vehicles parking on the bend of the main Dale Road, very close to the entrance to the park, as was observed when a major football match was held on the park, and this creates a dangerous situation. This then raises the question, is this location right for this project? If passed, who is responsible for securing and locking the gate on closure of the mugger to prevent a recurrence of antisocial behaviour? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If you just press that button, that was... that's it, great, lovely, thank you very much. Ian, do you want to come back on a couple of those points?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I appreciate Mr Olivant's concerns. There will be some impact on amenity, but hopefully we can allay some of his fears. We've got Carl here tonight who can talk about noise issues, if required. We've been through the life of the application. We've looked at light spill and glare, and so the solution that's now within the report in terms of the 8-metre columns is deemed to be acceptable in terms of focusing the light onto the pitch itself. In terms of opening times, as I suggested at the start, Chair, we were going to suggest 9 o'clock, which would marry with the lockable gates. And given that this is a City Council project, we can pass on the concerns of Mr Olivant to the relevant parties about how the gates are locked and how it's managed. We could potentially include a condition on that basis also, Chair. And in terms of girls football, from personal experience, my lad plays on a Wednesday night at a similar facility, and they do have girls teams play also, and provided they're obviously, like anything else, well supervised and well managed, it will be a perfectly good facility, hopefully for Spondon and the young people of Spondon to take advantage of. So I can hand over to Carl if you want any further information about noise impact. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Carl, do you want to come in and just give us an update, please?
Beginning to wonder whether this is user error, actually. Thank you, Chair. No, not a lot to add, really, and other than the comments that are already within your report there on noise. Obviously, there's going to be some impact. I think the issue here in terms of if there was any sort of consideration that we might want to refuse this on noise grounds is that this is already a park. There's already football permitted playing in the open space. And then what we're considering here is obviously the impact between what's existing there now and what would be proposed and what would change under the use of the mugger. Now, there's obviously an argument that sort of intensification of use, particularly during the winter, where they're going to be able to play into the evening, that you wouldn't be able to do without the lighting. In the summer, arguably, not much change really. Obviously, without any time restrictions at all, in theory, people can play football on the park until the time it gets dark, which obviously can be quite late in June, July time. So I think when we're considering in terms of the actual impact of the development, I think it would be hard to argue that this is going to increase the impacts significantly, as would be the threshold level under the MPPF. But there are some aspects of mitigation proposed, neoprene rubber, devices put in between the fence posts to stop the sort of vibration and noise from the fencing when balls hit the fence. There's also a suggestion that cricket balls that are going to be used aren't going to be normal hard cricket balls. They'll try and restrict that to the sort of softer ones that don't make as much noise, so this kind of thing. So I think with adequate management on site, provided obviously that they do stick to that plan, I think noise can be mitigated to a reasonable degree.
Thanks, Carl. Committee. Councillor Rawson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We do always take the concerns of residents seriously on this committee, so when people take the trouble to come along and speak on a particular item, we do very much take that on board. As with all things, it's a balance between the amenity of people living round and about and the benefits to young people of these sports facilities that are potentially going to become available to them. I think I've been reassured on many of the points in terms of lighting. Modern lighting's actually quite good. That can be directed so that it doesn't cause inconvenience or harm to neighbouring properties. With a management plan in place, and it sounds like that's going to be there to manage the behaviour and the travel to and from the facility. I think these types of facilities can work well, and the distance, I think, from neighbouring properties is reasonable. So I think overall, Chair, it's to be supported. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Councillor Evans, please.
Thank you, Chair. Similar to Councillor Rawson, really, we have got to be careful of the considerations for the people who've lived there close by for many years. I've actually been involved in putting floodlights up in the past, and for Derby City Council. I'm going back quite a time. And the type of floodlights that ought to be specified would be asymmetrical. And asymmetrical ones will direct light only in a specific place. And if that's a requirement of it, then really the lighting spillover and should be negligible or minimum. So yeah, and I think our young people, there isn't enough places for them today. They're persecuted enough to stay in and just stay on the electronic devices, and we need them out and about doing things. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Councillor Bolton.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, much of what I was going to contribute has been said. We listened obviously very carefully to the public speakers who've taken the time and trouble to come along this evening to put forward their fears. As Councillor Rawson has already said, we are sensible in when we deal with these applications. Hopefully the local PCSOs and the PPO officers for Spondon Ward will take note of this new development and perhaps patrol the area a little bit more. In my previous ward that I represented, we did have a new mugger go into work. We put a time limit on it, and we also positioned the floodlights so they weren't affecting any local residents. And I'm sure that will be done in this case. So obviously we will, whilst I support this application, we need to take local residents' views in mind. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Lucy.
Thank you. I think the comment about the parking and the fact the parking has overflowed in the past probably could result in an advisory note to the applicant. I note that the car park itself is not within the red line of the application site, but I think there's not a lot of guidance as to how you should be parking in that area, and if it was properly delineated so that people could park efficiently in that space, then I think that could be helpful. There's also a suggestion from the parks that there should be some cycle parking, secure cycle parking. Ideally, that should be covered, but if there isn't already a selection of Sheffield stands in the area, again, I think that should be provided. If people are going to be exercising, they can probably warm up by a gentle ride on the way there. I'm not au fait with this particular park, so I don't know it well enough to know if that is not already there. And the other comment about additional people coming, which I think is probably very true, I think we need to make sure there's sufficient litter bins. So I think those are all comments that we should just be passing back to parks, because I don't think we can condition any of those. But if we could make it as an advisory note, Chair, I think that would be helpful. In terms of the timing, if it turns out that it is causing a significant disturbance between 8 and 9, then I think that local people could start to record that concern as a diary sheet and work with environmental services to come back and see if that could be amended in due course.
Thanks, Lucy. Ian?
Yeah, I'll attach all those as advisory notes, Chair, that they, and to time, time, I'm sure they'll time the event accordingly as well. So if Spondon Rovers have got a big cup tie, that they don't have, an intensive use of the play zone at the same time. So, yeah.
Thanks, Ian. Any others? Moving to the vote. All those in favour of the application?
Eight, Chair, in favour.
8 in favour. Any against? Just one abstention, and that's it. That's passed. That's granted, that is. So thank you, committee. Thank you, Mr. Ollivant, for your views. We'll, as everybody's said in the committee, it's thankful that you came and supported your fellow residents. So thank you very much. Thank you. We now move on to item 7.3, which is 2 Cooper Street in Derby, and that's Rory, please. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the conversion of 2 Cooper Street to a house in multiple occupation, or HMO, to accommodate 8 people in 6 bedrooms. The house, we think, is a mid-Victorian detached one with 2 storeys, a shallow front garden and a large rear garden. The house stands on the south side of Cooper Street, which at this point is a private unadopted street, about 80 metres west of its junction with Bass Street. The proposal has been amended to reduce the proposed occupancy from 11 people to 8, to make improvements to the internal layout, including increased communal space, and to admit an extension to the rear of the building. A petition with 77 signatures, 17 separate neighbour objections, and an objection from Councillor Pandy have been received and are summarised in the report, with a particular focus on highway safety, waste management and local service demand, objection to the principle of HMO conversion and HMO density in the area, crime and antisocial behaviour. No objection is raised by the Council's Housing Standards team or the Highway Authority. The Waste Management team make recommendations on bin capacity and management. Overall, the proposed occupancy level is moderately high, but the building is also moderately large, with a large rear garden and capacity for things like bin storage and bike storage on the front and at the back. The changes made to the proposal are considered to have successfully mitigated the issues raised during the application process. The tilted balance is engaged, and any remaining adverse impacts are considered not to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the residential provision proposed. Standard conditions on time limits and approved plans are recommended, with bespoke conditions on bin and bike storage, landscaping, occupancy restriction and restriction on window replacement in the interests of the building's character. Our recommendation is to approve the application with conditions, and I think you have 2 speakers. Thank you.
Thanks, Rory. Mr Lee, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of this application. This is a carefully amended proposal that will provide high quality, professionally managed accommodation for up to 8 residents. The scheme has been reduced from 11 to 8 occupants with the addition of communal space, with no external alterations to the main dwelling being proposed. As a result, the proposal will not alter the residential character of Cooper Street and will not contribute to any local concentration of HMOs. The property will be subject to mandatory HMO licensing, and the Council's Housing Standards team confirmed that all space and amenity requirements are met. The licence will cap occupancy at 8 residents only. Every resident will undergo referencing, must comply with house rules, and the property will benefit from monthly inspections and quarterly fire safety checks. Concerns expressed about the potential for crime and antisocial behaviour are not evidenced. Occupier behaviour is not related to housing tenure, and speculative views hold no material weight in decision making. There is no evidence that this domestic residential use will result in unacceptable noise or disturbance in the residential area. With no external alterations proposed, there will be no new overlooking or privacy impacts on neighbours. This is a sustainable location within walking distance of services and close to regular bush routes. Cycle and bin storage has been provided and will be secured by condition. Waste management confirmed that refuse arrangements are adequate and workable. The Highway Authority is clear that it would not be possible to argue that the scheme would lead to unacceptable impacts to highway safety or severe impact upon the adjacent highway network. Derby has only 2.7 years housing land supply, and very significant weight must be given to proposals that deliver new homes. There is no conflict with adopted policy. The officer's report confirms that there are no licensed HMOs within 50 metres, there will be no sandwiching effect of residential dwellings, and there would be no formation of 3 consecutive HMOs. The Council's informal guidance is therefore fully satisfied. The proposal will not harm the local character or amenity and complies with both the development plan and the MPPF. In these circumstances, your officer recommendation of approval is clear and correct. In summary, this application provides much needed housing during a significant supply shortfall, meets all HMO space standards and is subject to licensing controls, has been amended to address concerns, attracts no objection from highways or waste management, does not contribute to HMO overconcentration, causes no demonstrable harm, is strongly supported by the tilted balance in the MPPF. Chair and members, we respectfully ask you to support the officer's recommendation and grant permission for this well-managed and sustainable residential scheme. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Lee. Councillor Pandey, Gaurav, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I would start with the, I've seen the recommendation from planning, and I would say it's completely ignored the Article 4 direction. So what was the point of bringing Article 4 if we can't even enforce it? It says that the concentration of HMOs in the area isn't high. I don't know where they're getting the information from, because Bass Street has HMOs. There are HMOs on Catherine's Court, number 3 and number 8. And there are also, seems to be HMOs on Windmill Lane, which is just on the back of the Bass Street. So considering in the assessment of the application, it says that it's only a guidance and it's not a statutory thing which was implemented or proposed or put in place by Derby City Council. So the whole scheme becomes pointless if it can't be enforced or it can't be put in place. Then there is anomaly in the number of occupants in the application itself. At one of the places it says that there would be 10 occupants. So it's really need to be clarified and explained in the application that it should be 8 occupants and, only. And also even going in the future, because that's what I've seen with other applications, that once the planning is improved, there is no way to enforce anything with those planning applications as we are seeing on Atwell Street. What if, you know, the original application was for 11 occupants. So this design is submitted, but if they continue to house more than 8 people, how would that be enforced? Do housing standards or planning, do they even have powers to actually enforce that? Parking on the street, this property doesn't have any property within the property, so all the cars will be parked on the streets. So I don't know what time of the day highways have inspected this or visited the street. Parking the car on this unadopted road will create problems with the bin lorries and with the emergency vehicles. I don't know why that has been ignored in the assessment made by the planning department. Crime statistics also haven't been considered while giving the approval to this or recommendation to this application. There were 2 fatal stabbings in the Bar Street. And if you look at the crime statistics for the Bar Street and adjacent areas, it's 75% higher than the national average. So really, really high. And a similar sort of accommodation in that area will only contribute to that crime statistics. We're talking about the housing, but we are completely ignoring the housing needs for family housing. This is the family housing. This part of the street has a lot of family houses. One of the houses was given to students in the recent past, and that resulted in noise and nuisance problem. This will also result in noise and nuisance problems, which is completely ignored again in the recommendation. Fire safety says building reg, but again, what would be the enforcement on it? Has anything been seen? Because there is no rear access, which also creates anomaly with the cycle parking and the bin management, because there is no way to access the back of this property. And lastly, just a few seconds more. Yeah, that's actually, I've covered everything. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Gaurav. Just a smack on time that was. Yes, Paul, do you want to come back on those?
Sorry, Rory, I'll jump in. Just a few clarification points. The Article 4, which you know I dealt with quite considerably. The Article 4 means that any proposal within the Article 4 area that has 3 to 6 residents, which would have been permitted development, needs to make an application. This would have needed permission in itself anyway, irrespective of the Article 4, because it's for 8 residents, occupants. And in terms of enforcing that 8, it's down as a condition of the planning permission. So if there's a breach of 8, comes to breach of condition notice, which is a punishable in the magistrate's court, fines, etc. So applicant doesn't want to breach the 8. The policies that we set out in the Article 4, they're policies which will be in the forthcoming local plan. So the 50-metre radius, the sandwiching and the 3 in a row, they are in the current emerging plan, which we've already heard tonight, thank you Martin, which is in its infancy and has little or no weight given to it but they're guidance. So we use them as guidance. The applicant agent has used them as guidance, which is really helpful because we ask applicants these are our concerns as a council, and this is how we're measuring it. So they've been measured, thank you James, on the screen. We've got a 50-metre radius with no registered HIMOs within that 50-metre radius. Clearly it doesn't result in sandwiching and doesn't result in 3 in a row. Those are just some of the misnomers that evolved through the discussion so far. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Paul. Committee. Councillor Kerr.
Can we clarify the question about access to the rear and bin storage and access to the cycle parking, which we had a nice picture of?
Rory, do you want to come on that one?
Yeah, that is one of the conditions, and the reason is there is cycle parking shown at the back, but I think it would involve taking your bike through the house, which is less than ideal. So that's why we've attached that condition for bin storage and bike storage, just so we can make sure the design is workable and it's appropriate for that site. Yes, so at the front of the house is kind of a little side passage behind a gate.
Yeah, the white base there, yeah.
Top right.
Chair, in my view, it's not acceptable to have to take a wet bicycle through a house to reach cycle storage. And if we're storing the bins down the side, then accessibility of for a bicycle to get down the side of the house to whatever is just at the back, which you can't really see, would also be an issue. So, Chair, unless we've got a clear explanation about how this is going to be managed, can I propose that we defer this until we've got an answer to those questions and how it's going to be achieved?
Chair, I don't think there's a planning condition for wet bikes.
We've got condition 3, Lucy, that's already in there. So there is a condition there that has got to be looked at before this commences.
Chair, I'm not clear whether this condition is, in the way it's written, which is in summary, whether that is going to be a condition that needs to be achieved before the use can start, or whether it's something that somebody will come along with in due course when they decide. Because is it actually in use already?
No, it's not.
No, it's not this one.
It would normally be written so that the bin storage, bike storage would be in place before the building is occupied and the use begins.
Yeah, that condition's there, so yeah. We will move to the vote. All those in favour of the application? We're not deferring the application. All those in favour? That's 4.
4, Chair, in favour.
Any against?
1.
1. 4. That is granted. Thank you very much, Councillor Panday. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. We now move on to item 7.4, 89 Old Mansfield Road. Jenny.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the change of use of 89 Old Mansfield Road, Derby, from a dwelling house under Use Class C3 to a children's care home under Use Class C2, accommodating a maximum of 3 children. The property is a 3-storey, semi-detached 4-bedroom house positioned prominently on Mansfield Road. While the wider surrounding area, particularly Old Mansfield Road and Halifax Close, features predominantly 2-storey semi-detached homes of similar scale and uniform arrangement, this particular pair of semi-detached houses sits in a more standalone and visually distinct position, having been approved more recently in 2014. The proposed care home would operate within the existing building and provide residential accommodation and day-to-day support for up to 3 children or young people. It's important to note that although the original submission indicated the use had not yet commenced, the applicant's agent has since provided an updated application form confirming that the care facility is currently in operation. All application documents have therefore been updated to reflect the retrospective nature of the proposal. The operator, J24 Resourcing Limited, provides support services to adults and children with autism, mental health needs, learning disabilities and difficulties, and to young people with emotional and behavioural disorders. The model is based on person-centred support plans to ensure that care is consistent, appropriate and tailored to the needs of each individual resident. The home would be staffed by a team of up to 6 carers with no more than 2 members of staff present at any one time. Staffing is arranged on a shift basis to provide 24-hour supervision, with shift changes taking place at approximately 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. each day. Professional visits, for example, from social workers or tutors, are expected to occur around once per day for each child. All visitors would be required to book appointments in advance, and visiting hours would be restricted to between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Following concerns raised by Councillor Kerr at the pre-agenda meeting relating to the practicality of parking within the attached garage, revised plans have now been submitted. These show the creation of a 3rd off-street parking space on the existing hard standing at the front of the property. As a result, the garage is now proposed to be repurposed for cycle parking and storage. Conditions have therefore been updated and circulated to members as appropriate. The site itself is considered reasonably accessible, and staff are encouraged to travel by walking, cycling or using public transport. Members will be aware that objections have been received from the local community. In total, 11 letters of objection have been received, and 1 from Councillor Wilson. These raise concerns regarding the principle of use, impacts on residential amenity, parking and highway safety, and the regulation and quality of the provision. These matters have been carefully considered and addressed fully in the officer's report. While the concerns raised are clearly sincere and understandable, a balanced and evidence-based assessment indicates that the operation of a care home for up to 3 children at this site is acceptable in planning terms. None of the issues raised, either individually or collectively, amount to a defensible reason for refusal. Overall, the proposal is considered acceptable in respect of its visual impact, effects on residential amenity and implications for parking and highway safety. I'm satisfied that all relevant planning considerations have been appropriately addressed and that the scheme complies with the adopted policies of the Derby City Local Plan Part 1 core strategy, as well as the safe policies of the City of Derby Local Plan Review. And for these reasons, it's recommended that the application should be approved. And I believe Councillor Wilson's here to speak.
Thanks, Jenny. Hi, Neil. Thanks for waiting. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm objecting to the application at 89 Old Mansfield Road because the use is unsuitable for a semi-detached property and is already causing harm to a neighbouring amenity. The home is attached to another property, yet the proposal brings 24-hour staffing, shift changes at 7 a.m. and 7 p.m, and daily professional visits. This level of comings and goings is far beyond what would reasonably occur in a typical C3 household. The Council's own environmental protection team confirms there is an active noise complaint relating to this property, and this investigation is ongoing. Despite this, the applicant has provided no evidence of enhanced soundproofing to protect the adjoining neighbour from disturbance. Parking has also been amended during the application, with a 3rd space added on the front hard standing and the garage repurposed for cycle storage. However, with rotating staff and regular professional visitors, on-street parking pressures will still occur, particularly at shift change periods. The report itself acknowledges temporary on-street parking is expected at these times. Therefore, any increase in roadside parking is a legitimate concern. Old Mansfield Road has a sharp bend at the bottom of the hill and vehicles frequently approach at speed. Any overspill parking near this bend risks forcing cars into the live carriageway unexpectedly, increasing the likelihood of a collision. The additional on-street parking generated by this proposal heightens that risk. The property is already operating without permission and residents are already experiencing disturbance. This demonstrates that the impacts are not hypothetical, they are real and ongoing. While children's homes are needed, location matters. A semi-detached property with no proven sound insulation and limited practical parking capacity is not appropriate setting for a 24-hour staff care home. For these reasons, demonstrated disturbance, lack of noise mitigation and unresolved parking impacts, I ask members to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Do you want to come back on those, Jenny?
Yeah, I appreciate the frustrations. We've had this many times with these care home facilities, that they're in operation before they come before us. They're not reasons for refusal, but I do appreciate people's concerns on that matter. When it comes to the management of the facility, so it is a difficult one for us as planners. Obviously, we're not the police. We can't go in there and sort things out in that respect. However, we do add a condition, which we've been adding for a while now, to require a further management strategy to be submitted. This seems to be working out quite well on other sites, and I'd hope that that would work the same for this site. We've also added a further condition on this one for a noise management strategy specifically to this site, as we are aware that there is an issue with the adjoining neighbour, and I'm aware that our environmental protection team have done a very good job of trying to help with that situation. So, yes, we've put those conditions on, are in place, and there's another condition on there that does restrict the use to the 3 children or young people only, and therefore, you know, I do feel that it is a relatively small facility, and it's just unfortunate that there are obviously problems that are happening at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Jenny. Committee. John.
Thank you, Chair. Yet again, here we are, déjà vu. I'm sick to the death of these retrospective planning applications. Somehow, I don't know how, and this isn't the place for that, we've got to get to grip with this, and only in exceptional circumstances should planning be granted where it's retrospective. It's clear that this company, whoever they are, have definitely gone ahead and gone ahead with this without and ride roughshod over the council's rules and regulations. I'm dead against it. Children should be in a family environment, not a limited company environment. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Martin?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have voted both ways on these types of applications in the past, and I do think it is important to look at each one on its merits and the individual circumstances, and some will self-evidently be more suitable for this kind of facility than others. I have been to have a look at this one today, and I do have some concerns about it. At the moment, on the driveway, there's space for 2 vehicles. I would struggle, to be honest, on the hard standing that you can see there. Whether that can be expanded, I guess, is what the applicant is saying. I think it will be difficult. You'll struggle to get 3 on there comfortably, which leads to my other concern about the highway and that very sharp corner at the bottom of Old Mansfield Road as it goes round the corner. I'm not a ward member for this ward anymore, but in the past I have been, and I can remember doing casework for a resident that involved a vehicle ending up in the garden of their property. So vehicles, if there is a requirement for on-street parking, I think that will needs to be managed very carefully, shall we say. The other issue that concerns me is the fact that this is a semi-detached property, and whilst not objecting to all semi-detached properties for this type of thing, I think this one is quite a small, confined property. It was built a few years back, and it was a garden development. So it was another garden was sold for these properties to be built. So it is quite constricted in terms of its size, and also the back garden and the amount of outdoor space that there might be for the children who are resident there. Just one final point and a question. Is there any conditionality that we can put on in terms of soundproofing and trying to prevent any noise disturbance from to the neighbouring property? I know, as Councillor Wilson said, there's an ongoing noise management issue there that colleagues are involved in. Is that something that we could request or indeed enforce? Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. Carl? Press the other one next to you, mate.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have to admit, these are a tricky one in terms of trying to get your head around how we consider this kind of development, whether it's considered as a residential development or whether we're talking about it like it's a business. And it sort of sits a little bit in a grey area between the two. Obviously, the main purpose and use of the dwelling is for residential purposes. And in this particular case, we have had a noise complaint, and that is relating to the behaviour of an individual who lives at the premises. And I suppose the question there is about how much responsibility there is coming from the individual for causing a nuisance versus the responsibility of the management company for trying to, reduce those behaviours and manage the noise coming from that individual. And it's whether that kind of management responsibility, obviously, because we're talking about children in this case, is anything similar or different to the responsibility that a parent would have for their own children in terms of managing any noise that their children create. God forbid anyone that lives next door to me in that respect. In terms of going back to the specific question about noise insulation, yes, theoretically we can put conditions on for noise insulation, and we do that normally looking at it the other way around in a residential scenario. It's about protecting the amenity of the new development from external noises. I think you would struggle in this scenario to put a condition on for sound insulation just because of that residential setting, because then what you're doing is you're essentially saying we need enhanced insulation in any residential development just in case someone that lives there is noisy. And that doesn't feel like what the planning process is there to control. But I'm going to sit slightly on the fence with this one, and you know, at the end of the day, if we go down that route, put the condition, if that gives reassurance. If it got appealed, I think we've got a tricky time putting in a defence against that appeal. But I think I would come down more on we consider it like residential rather than a business. But it's not something I'm aware of and has been tested, so jury's out a little bit there. Probably not that helpful, but hopefully is.
Thanks, Carl. Jenny?
So yeah, we do already have a condition on there. If you want me to just sort of quote a bit of it here. So it's for a noise management strategy. And part of that, it specifically says, the strategy shall include procedures for receiving, recording and investigating noise-related complaints, contact details, telephone and email through which complaints can be made, and a clear process for addressing and resolving any issues arising from such complaints, including indicative timescales. Once agreed, the noise management strategy shall be adhered to at all times during the life of development and reviewed annually. And I do feel that does cover a lot of, you know, what we've discussed here today. And I think Carl's correct. If we try and put a second condition on there, we're going to be really difficult. It's going to be difficult for us to uphold both of those conditions on there. I do feel this one that's on it does cover that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Councillor Bolton.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I obviously concerned with what Councillor Wilson has outlined to us this evening, but nearly all the issues weren't planning matters, unfortunately. And that comes down to the management plan stroke strategy of the home. From my recollection, this could be the first children's care home that isn't detached. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Am I wrong there? But certainly, I support Councillor Evans in his opening remarks. The frustrations of these retrospective planning, as I'm sure you are, Chair. Is there something that can we write, or can somebody write to this firm to tell them, you know, the J24 Resourcing Limited, wherever they are, cannot somebody tell them they need to stick to the rules and the guidelines, please? Because, you know, Councillor Evans is quite right in his opening remarks. We have a planning committee for a reason, not that these people can set up these homes and then come for planning permission. I just think it's wrong. Anyway, that's that out of the way. As regards the noise nuisance, I'm assured with what Carl and Jenny have said. It is an issue, and it's just unfortunate that this home is not detached. But hey, you know, we could have a family in here with 4 or 5 children, and we're all corporate parents, and we need to house corporately our children who need housing. It's unfortunate, but I don't think we can do anything with this application apart from perhaps tighten up the management plan, but it's clearly the noise issue. And I do have sympathies with the people living next door, and I take on board what Councillor Wilson has said in dealing with his casework relating to this. But I can't think of anything else that we can do other than the condition that's been outlined by the officer.
Yes, thanks, sir.
Just on that point, Councillor Bolton's right. I'd love to be able to penalise retrospective applications. I think I mentioned it before in the chamber. There was a proposal by the government to increase the planning fee. So if you've already done it, it's retrospective, you pay 1.5 times or twice the amount, but that wasn't carried forward. All I can do is frown upon it. But then again, you get to see the impacts of the proposal, and then you have to judge it as if it was a clean application before you.
Thanks, Paul. I'd just like to say that if that went through with semi-detached houses, my neighbours would have a field day with my four dogs. So I'm glad we're not recommending that. Luce, do you want to come in?
some of this has been said before. We have had previously semi-detached houses that have been approved for this use. This one's a modern one. It's only been up there less than 10 years, I think, and I'm presuming it would have been built to the slightly more modern building standards, which mean that you have a bit more insulation between the two halves of the semi, which wasn't the case in certainly one of the previous ones that was approved. And I just wonder whether it's possible for us to check that it was constructed correctly for those standards, because if not, it could be rather noisier, but that might be covered by the the noise condition that's been proposed for this. Otherwise, my feeling is twofold. One, I'm not sure that if we still had young children, we would be looking to, or even teenagers, we would be choosing this location for a family home. But it clearly is built as a family home. And it has got a reasonable garden at the back, which I think is a benefit. So I can't see a reason, given the conditions that have been proposed, why it can't be made to be appropriate. And I would encourage the householders nearby to use the management plan and to make sure that they are engaging with what it should be professionals doing a professional job. And hopefully it will be, the management plan will make it easier to deal with issues that do arise.
Thanks, Lucy. Yeah, James just said it was built in 2019. Or was it the planning permission was 2019?
Yeah. They had building inspector initial plans in 2020.
Yeah. Yeah. I knew it wasn't all that long. Tim.
Yeah. We beat the death out of these every time, and we're all sick of them. This particular company, we've had really terrible experiences with before, and their management plans, it doesn't matter what's on paper. Our environmental teams need to crack down on the problems that are caused by these developments and be really harsh on these places where they cause trouble. I know we've explored this with other applications. Is this one where we could perhaps explore a 12-month temporary permission and then reassess it next year when we find out just how bad this installation is?
Through me.
Through you, Chair, thank you. I did a training session, it might have been last time, time flies, on temporary. We really shouldn't be granting temporary permissions. It's based on the merits of the application. The difficulty equally is that granting temporary permissions for these uses, you almost tilt the balance, for want of a better phrase, where you have 12 months and the noise levels can be monitored, or the residents locally who may not like this can have enhanced feelings about it, knowing if they come back in 12 months' time, they'll throw everything at you and say it's been a real problem, this site, when it might not have been. And equally, 12 months doesn't give the operators opportunity to get their Ofsted in place, because Ofsted monitor and manage the functioning of these buildings, these premises, and equally the staff. Attracting staff to come for a 12-month duration isn't as amenable, I suppose, in job security. But in planning terms, it's one of those where we would usually suggest we should be going for a full permission or a refusal. It's not a halfway house tested. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Paul.
So how can we strengthen then the consequences of breaching the management plan? Because, we've had terrible instances of companies just having management plans in place, but nothing happening, with absolute, chaos happening in neighbourhoods and no consequence. So what can we do about that? Obviously, as a planning committee, that doesn't really fall under our remit, but how if they do breach the management plan, which is a condition, how strong are the consequences? What are the consequences?
Through you, Chair, the management plan secures, I guess, the details so people, neighbours can raise issues that they feel direct with the company, not with us. We have this discussion every time. I always go back to Cortland Gardens. Cortland Gardens, it was a problem. But in planning terms, the inspector said, that's fine. The land use is fine. It's the other issues that are associated with it that was the problem. And it's the management of the premises, not a planning matter, because the land use is appropriate. So I'll come back to this one. The land use is appropriate. That's what we're recommending in a residential neighbourhood, subject to the conditions. And the management condition is one that gives us a hook, if you like, for the residents to make direct contact without coming via us. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Paul. Just waiting for someone to say it. We shall move to the vote. All those in favour of the application?
Five, Chair.
Any against? Two. That is granted. Thanks, Neil, for waiting so long. Thank you, officers, for those comments during that one. 7.5, Eagle Quarter, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I know we've got the applicant in the gallery and we've got a posse of planners. Look at them all. They're outnumbering councillors. So I'm going to go through all 90-odd pages of this report, page by page. Not really. You've had the updates to the report. We've circulated those updates for clarification. I'll take you back to the 2003 application. This one is an outline, and it builds upon that previous larger application for redevelopment in a similar location. That was subject to your consideration, and then the Secretary of State, because there was a historical sensitivities raised against that scheme. Of note, the Secretary of State subsequently, about 18 months later, agreed with your recommendation and your resolution and decided not to intervene and said it's over to the City Council, it's a local issue, allowing us to grant outline permission for what was in that scheme 800 to 1,000 dwellings and up to a maximum height of 29 stories. One of the tower blocks was 29 stories. What we have now is a more refined scheme that retains the Derby Theatre. The previous one was didn't retain it in its entity. And this one seeks to reduce the height of the building blocks as summarised on page 82 of your report. In doing so, this scheme proposes up to 674 residential units. So that's a drop from 800 to 1,000 down to 674 and provides some 3,000 square metres of commercial space, which is likely to be ancillary retailing for that residential use, and up to 145 car parking spaces. There are common features in those schemes. The public square, which I think we all liked, improved public realm, taking people up from the Moorledge into this area, and new pedestrian routes, and also, as a result, this will enhance the setting of the theatre and give it a new front door. The application site includes the Eagle Market and enhanced public realm from the Moorledge, offering, as I said, an enhanced entrance to the theatre. The master plan sets out, alongside guiding conditions, the parameters that subsequent reserved matters applications will need to adhere to. As previously, the report is extremely thorough, as you would expect from a significant and highly prominent development scheme at one of the city's major gateways. Importantly now, Derwent Valley Mills World Heritage Panel do not object, and neither do Historic England. In principle, the scheme is welcomed, particularly given the earlier scheme established that benchmark for city growth. As the report says, It's a highly, possibly the most sustainable location in the city. In scale, design and heritage considerations, this transformative scheme has the opportunity to create an attractive place for the city centre living. The benefits of the scheme outweigh the less than substantial harm to the heritage assets as referenced in your report. Now, without repeating the report, the scheme is to be welcomed. I should look forward to, I think we should look forward to those subsequent phases of development being crafted in accordance with the guiding principles on pages 163 and 164. That's through 41 conditions as suggested in your report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Paul. We have no speakers on this. Committee. Councillor Bolton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, this is a very, very lengthy report, and I'm glad Paul didn't attempt to read all the pages out. I'm grateful. However, yeah, this is an important site, as we all know. We've only got to walk along the Morledge from where we are now, and the present buildings look drab, miserable. They want knocking down and restarting. So looking at the plan we have in the documents before us and also on the screen, have we got a video image of anything that we can... No. Okay, thank you. The square, I like the public realm images and the manoeuvrability around the site. And I also welcome the reduction. Whilst we are in favour of city centre living, I think having reduced the number of residential units is an advantage. I think there's a balance there, obviously, in a personal situation. But I think the scheme before us this evening is very welcome. We need to tidy up the city. We need to ensure that people want to come to Derby and visit as a tourism, residents, students, people who want to come for economic development reasons. We need to liven the city up, and I think this application goes a good way in doing it.
Thanks, sir. Martin.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This application is very much to be welcomed. It's a really exciting step forward, I think, in terms of the regeneration of and the reinvention of the city centre in many ways. We know there's a transformation in terms of people's shopping habits, and so the city centre's got to reinvent itself, and I think this is a really good example of how that can happen. So it's the public realm is really good, high quality. We've got that message over to the developers. We want to see really high quality public realm to create a really good place for people to live. And the increased city living and people actually living within the city centre is a very, very positive, good thing in terms of bringing more people, more footfall into the city centre to help the existing businesses thrive, and also in terms of our, dare I mention it, the emerging plan and our housing targets. This is by focusing on city centre, we're doing better than we've ever done before in terms of using brownfield land for housing. So we don't have as many applications probably going forward, similar to the one we've had earlier on. So we're looking at nearly half of all our housing allocation going forward being on brownfield sites, and I think that's really important. Personally, I don't mind higher density, and in a way, it's I would have been happy for the earlier scheme to have gone through, but that's obviously a decision for the developers, and as time goes on, we might see more like that coming forward. So it's the higher density generally it then improves the economic side of the development. You can make it a higher quality finish and so on. So all in all, an excellent application and very much to be welcome, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Martin. You don't have to mention it again, by the way. Paul's just told me. Before I go to you, Lucy, I'll just throw my 2 pennies in this. I like you, Martin. I like the original scheme. I like this one even better. So, a nod to upstairs, by the way, to the developers. So, thank you very much for that, Lucy.
Thank you. I prefer this one to the previous one because I think this gives more opportunity for, I don't know, for community around it, but I think there is still more that can be done. I like the public realm that's being created, and I like the way it flows through. It gives you opportunities to flow through into other bits of the city, which I think is enhanced in this scheme. I like the internal spaces as well, but the internal green outdoor spaces, but they can be, I think, quite challenging to be able to maintain a high quality space like that when you've got a tall building on the southern side of it. So it's going to tend to be, those areas are going to tend to be quite gloomy. And I'm wondering whether there's an opportunity for those to be created as winter gardens and have them glazed over so that they become airy spaces but internal spaces. There'll be more management issues, but there will be management requirements anyway, because I think these need to be not just individual properties. I think we should do our best to build a community here. And if we're building a community, to have places where people will choose to meet, I think can help ensure that we've got relationships happening there in terms of neighbours knowing neighbours rather than it just being a dormitory place. And I think that is one of the ways that could be achieved. Another way it might be able to be achieved is to be putting on some floors something that is like a common room. It might be a restaurant opportunity, or it might be a convenience store, so that people don't need to come down from, say, 16 floors up to be able to go out and get a bit of food. And I don't know how those would work. It might work better if we actually put linkages between some of the towers as well, so that you can go from your floor 10 in one tower up down to floor 8 and then the adjacent one to be able to go to a particular facility. So there must be other places in other parts of the country or even the world that have explored these sorts of things. And before we have a final version coming in, it'd be nice if there was some sort of exploration of those sorts of things. There's a condition relating to energy and sustainability. I think those are pretty challenging. We're trying to be a zero carbon city. Solar panels conflict with green roofs, but maybe there's opportunities that will be looked at and explored. It may be that, you know, southern walls can be used for solar panels as well as the roof. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the next stage on this, Chair.
Thanks, Lucy. I was waiting for you to put things on. Paul, do you want to respond? Oh, no. Go.
Just a quick one. Thank you, Chair. I would like to say excellent. This is my ward, and it's an excellent scheme, and I hope to see it coming up so quick. And thank you to the planners and the developers to bringing this scheme to our ward. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Wilfred. Paul?
I'd just like to round off then and just say, whilst this is outline, and the success will be in the detail that comes forward, as framed by all those conditions that Laura's come up with, and our future deliberations. Because we'll be looking at the conditions, we'll be looking at the master plan and saying, right, how does that work? And it might be you get it in phases. You might get individual blocks coming forward following that master plan. But the master plan's the start of the journey. And I think it's a really exciting time to be in Derby. And actually, final point, if the press are watching, I'd hope we see more intensive, taller buildings for Derby like this. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, I agree with you. May I say that? Sarah?
Sorry, Chair. I meant to mention another issue that's come to light recently to me. Can the developers take into account the materials they use, particularly on footways? I walked across, well, actually, I skated across Osnabrück Square when we had a bad frost the other week, and the surface is really, really icy. And apparently, I've been informed they've used the wrong material. And it might all have to come up again, which is a disgrace. So I think it's important we say these sort of things now so that the developer can get the correct materials at the essential time. And also they've used not only Osnabrück Square, the whole of Albert Street has the same issue. They've used the wrong materials for the footways, and people, certainly I've had a few people from Blakery's ward complain to me that the City Council are not gritting the situation properly, particularly in these frosty weathers. Really, the materials are most important, and I raise that now, I think, so that developers can take note. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, yeah, it's a good point. And it's something that we are acutely aware of that happened at Castleward. There was a square there, and the materials weren't particularly good for people walking upon. They were slippery. So it's something that we're acutely aware of, and with highway colleagues, we will work out with the developers at that subsequent time, yes.
We did have a nod from upstairs as well. So yes, I was just wondering whether you came out the market hall entrance the wrong way and you'd gone into the ice rink, but obviously not. Any more comments, committee? No.
That's it.
Too much information, and luckily my microphone was on, so the public didn't pick up on that, Councillor Bolton. Any more speakers? Move to the vote. All those in favour of this application?
Almost unanimous.
Surprise.
Eight, Chair.
It was nearly unanimous. So, yeah, thanks for that, committee. Yeah, thanks for that. That's been granted. Thank you, developers, for sitting most of the night there, and plenty of nods of the head for various comments. So, yeah, so look forward to the next application. Thank you very much. Thank you. Move to the last one of the night, item 7.6, 12 Weirfield Road, Derby. Jenny.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the erection of a single-storey front extension to the dwelling house, providing a study and enlarged dining room, together with the formation of a new hard-standing and vehicular access at 12 Weirfield Road, Darley Abbey, Derby. Ordinarily, this application would have been determined under delegated powers. However, because the applicant is a member of staff who often works with the planning team, it's considered appropriate that the decision should be made by the full planning committee. The site lies immediately to the west of the Derwent Valley Mills World Heritage Site. Although the property sits outside the official boundary, it is within the designated buffer zone, meaning it forms part of the immediate setting of the World Heritage Site. The site also lies within the wider setting of several highly graded listed buildings that contribute to the outstanding universal value of the Derwent Valley Mills World Heritage Site. In addition, while the property is not within the Darley Abbey Conservation Area, the conservation area boundary runs along the Riverside cycle path directly beyond the rear garden of the site. The City Council's Built Environment Officer has provided heritage advice on earlier applications at this property, mainly relating to works to the roof. However, further consultation has not been considered necessary in this case because the proposed works are located on the front elevation facing the street and would not be visible from the key heritage assets. As a result, the proposal is not expected to have any impact on their significance or setting. Likewise, the County Council's archaeological team has not been consulted. This approach is consistent with previous applications at the site, for which the archaeological consultee raised no objection to comparable forms of development. The property is a semi-detached dwelling in a residential street characterised by houses of a similar original scale, design and layout. Over time, a number of dwellings in the locality have been altered and extended, and there's now an established variety in the appearance of front porches and side frontages. Importantly, the adjoining property at number 10 Weirfield Road has itself been extended to the front, providing a relevant contextual precedent. This application also follows several previous approvals at the site. Permission was granted in 2023 for a loft conversion and in 2021 for the installation of roof lights. Although neither has been implemented, the 2021 permission also included a single-storey front porch extension, which has since been built. The proposal before members today seeks to add a further single-storey front extension that would align with the established front building line created by that porch. The proposed extension would adopt a lean-to roof and would accommodate a new study and additional dining space. The proposal also includes the formation of a new area of hard standing and vehicle access. The existing front garden currently consists of a grassed area bounded by low, sparse hedgerow, which would be removed. Following comments from land drainage officers, revised plans were submitted during the course of the application to reduce the width of the proposed driveway. This amendment ensures the retention of the planted border along the boundary with shared number 14. The updated plans confirm that the driveway would be finished in block paving and that surface water would be managed by slot drains as illustrated, ensuring that runoff is appropriately controlled. To facilitate vehicular access, a drop curb will be required. However, this element does not require planning permission. The site is located in an established residential area where extensions and alterations to dwellings are acceptable in principle. The proposed front extension is considered proportionate and sympathetic to both the home's property and the character of the surrounding street scene. Subject to appropriate planning conditions and informative notes, the proposal is acceptable in respect of its design, relationship to nearby heritage assets, surface water management and implications for highway safety. The development would not give rise to an unacceptable harm to the residential amenity of neighbouring occupiers. Overall, the scheme is judged to comply with the relevant policies of the adopted development plan and guidance contained within the National Planning Policy Framework. Therefore, for these reasons, the proposal is considered acceptable and the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Jenny. Any comments, committee? Councillor Kerr.
Chair, despite how this has been introduced, the comment from the Highways Land Drainage does say that although the plan has been altered, it is essentially the same as before and is not adequate. The grassed area should be shown as a rain garden and should receive the runoff from the paved area and the new roof. So it seems to me as though that there is a lack of agreement as to whether what is being proposed is adequate or not. And I just feel that adding a drainage condition to ensure that Highways Land Drainage really are happy might be worth doing.
Sorry, Lucy, I was looking at the drawings. Yeah.
It was paragraph 5.1 that I was reading from.
Yep. As the driveway has been amended, it actually falls under permitted development rights, but the officer, the applicant did say that we could keep it on the description. And so that part doesn't actually, she could do that without coming to us anyway.
Move it then. Move the recommendation.
Yep. We shall move to the vote. All those in favour?
Nearly.
Nearly.
8, Chair.
Nearly. 8, yep. That's been granted. Thank you very much. Move to item 8, potential future site visits. Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. We've got five potential major sites for you to visit if you want to. First one, you'll be familiar with. This is a reserve matters for the Royal Hill Farm site, which has gained approval for housing at the public inquiry earlier this year. We're proposing, this is a reserve matters, and it's for 90 dwellings with all details.
I don't know that area. Does it have anything of particular note, like significant gradients or, I don't know, any other features that would make it worth visiting rather than looking at on maps?
It's green fields with hedges and a few trees around it. It's agricultural. It's not a significant gradient. It is sloping from north to south, but it's not a significant gradient.
Can I just ask where the best place to get access to it is from if we want to go and have a look?
Actually from Royal Hill Road. So you'd have to park on Royal Hill Road. And there's a footpath along the southern boundary.
So that bottom south-east corner is the access point?
And Longley Lane as well, you can.
Right. Thank you.
This is one of our own applications for affordable housing, Bateman Street. Currently got lots of trees on it, or did have lots of trees on it. 18 houses. This is a variation of condition for an approved scheme, again, one of our own schemes. So it's already been under construction. This is Infinity Park, and this one is really just variations of conditions, regularising, so there's no real development proposal. And last is Albert Looms, which I'm sure you're familiar with, for commercial development, 20 commercial units, and one single detached building for use as company headquarters by White House Construction. And that's it. That's it for tonight.
Thanks, Sarah. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, all the officers. Sorry, Suki, I was going to bring you in on that. You know, as I nodded to you. Wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And see you in 2026, Planning Committee. Thank you very much, everybody. Good night.